Hello, this is Dimitri with UGears.us, Ukidz LLC. Today we're going to be assembling Manned Mars Rover by UGears. It is NASA, obviously, futuristic model, but looks pretty cool. 562 parts, should be about 8 hours of assembly, and it is an advanced level. Let's start by opening the box as always. Use my precision filer or precision file and get all the boards out of the box. Obviously, box gonna go on the side, and let's see, we got 1 through 7 boards for the full assembly. The instructions manual inside the box. There's a little NASA sticker or paper in there. And let's see what's inside of here. We got a spring, rubber bands, tons of rubber bands, smaller, bigger, sandpaper, more rubber bands, wax stick as always. We're gonna put that aside because I got a bunch of them there. Let's see, ton of little tiny rubber bands. Let's rip that package open because sometimes they get stuck in there. So there we go. Nothing else, so we can take it aside. I'm gonna keep everything, all these rubber bands inside the boxes. Just make sure we're not gonna lose them. Double check to make sure we're still recording and we're good to go. Alrighty, let's open up the instructions. Page 1 always just a little suggestions on what to do. I guess you guys can read it yourself. I've done it so many times already. Do not burn the candle. That's the main one. Some symbols on page number 3. We got the first one is the use wax. That's one that's recommended, but otherwise recommendation is for any component that is mechanical and maybe moving, do use wax. Sandpaper, especially if it's a cylindrical, some kind of part that's gonna have a lot of movement and friction against it, so use the sandpaper. Exclamation point to pay attention because there's a specific point in the instructions that if you put it in wrong, then it may screw up your assembly for the rest of the model. And then this symbol is to make sure mechanism works as you checking it. This one is make sure the parts are snapped together completely, and the last one is the little fan with errors, meaning that make sure it's freely moving around its axis or whatever the movement is, so it's nice and free. Some spare parts on the boards, so before contacting us for the replacement or contacting the manufacturer, make sure these parts are not available on the boards as a spare. You will see those parts with a little plus sign right next to it, and sometimes arrow pointing, or there's going to be like a separate block of parts with plus. Those are the spare components. And then obviously you have the helping tool. It is on board number 2. Looks like it, right? No, on board number 1. My eyesight. And that's at the top right corner there, so you can pull it out right away off the board. And let's see, let's move into page number 4. On the left hand side you have a couple pictures on how to use the helping tool. I also use it to snap some parts together, especially the smaller one. It gives you a little bit more leverage to put them together. All right, and let's start the assembly. We're on step number 1 on page number 4. Top left, or actually middle of the page. At the top, we need parts number 1 and part number 2. Part number 1 is a little bit to the right at the top. Part number 2, let's see where it's at. It's going to be right about middle on the left hand side of the board. And then with this little hook going towards you on the right side, we're going to put part number 2 at the top left. And actually we need 6 of them, so we're going to have to put with the that circular opening towards the outside and towards the top. We're gonna put 6 of them into the 6 holes on the opposite end. So we need all 6. That was 1. Then the other 2s are a little bit below the middle on the left hand side. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they're all within the same facility, and the 6th one's already installed. And let's just go ahead and put them all together. On the left side and on the right side, and a set of the 3 holes that are there. So that's our step 2. And then step 3, we need part number 3. Which is also a little bit below the middle on the left hand side, 2 of them. We can install it at the top and the bottom set of 2 holes, 1 and 2. So that's our subassembly A1, and here's probably one of the ways I'm going to use that helping tool just to press these parts in. That's our subassembly A1 on page number 4. We're going to put it aside, moving on to page number 5. Still on board number 1, we need part number 4. That's the top left corner. There's a bunch of parts inside of them, so we're gonna need to pull those out. And let's see, let's get these out. So they're in blocks. I guess 4 set of blocks in here. So let's put them on the side. Turn this upside down so all these drawing is on the bottom. And let's see, we need parts number 4, 5, 2 6s, 7, 8, and 9. They're all on board number 1. And let's see, part number 6 is going to be, or we're looking part number 5. Part number 5 is the top left corner. 4 we have. Part number 6. We pulled those out, so they were within part number 4. So we need 2 of those, 1 and 2. That should be 6. Looks like 6 to me. All right, part number 7 is going to be right at the center here at the top of the board. And then part number 8. Let's see, where's 8? 8 is bottom right, a little bit to the right of the center line. And then part number 9. Right in the middle on the left hand side. We just need 1 for now. It's a block of 3. So number 8 and number 9, we need 2 I would send outside. And let's see, I'm going to use my file, or you can use the sandpaper provided. So just apply a little bit. You don't need to do much, just a little bit sanding all around. That's part number 8, and then part number 9, same thing. Although the connection points are inside the little dimples on there, you still want to do a little bit of a sanding to remove any imperfections and reduce the amount of time you need to work the mechanism in. So if you don't do that part, you can skip the sanding, but it will take you a little bit longer to work the mechanism in. And then we need to wax these. So you use the piece of wax that was provided. I have a bunch of my own old waxes laying around, so I'm just using the somewhat used. Now let's apply a little bit of a wax on the outside of each cylinder. I guess I can call them cylinder because they got depth to it. And then board number 5, part number 5, the exclamation point, make sure that thing is on the left. So once again, one of the way to ensure it is that all these drawing are facing down, and then this, I guess, dimple or whatever, tab towards the top. And parts number 6 gonna go into these 2 rectangular openings. They're symmetrical, so one or the other way. Once you insert them, you can use the helping tool just to make sure that they are seated completely. Part number 5 is going to go from the bottom right at the center here. I should have probably inserted that one first, but it doesn't matter. My helping tool. Make sure it's completely completely and fully seated. Then we turn it upside down again. Part number 7 with the longer tab, thinner tab going towards the top. It's gonna go in through the hole at the top here. Part number 8 is gonna go on the bottom, locking it in. And part number 9 is gonna go from the top all the way to the base, just like this. And that's complete step number 1. Step number 2, we need 2 more parts number 9. They're in the middle on the left hand side. I can take that block out or keep it inside. I'm gonna take it out just to make sure it doesn't fall off and doesn't interfere with anything. Then we need 2 parts, gears number 10. They're a little bit above the middle on the right hand side, and then all the way to the top right corner. And also we need part number 11 at the top right corner. So with the gears, make sure you clean out all the little burrs in here and extra material that may be in between the gears, gear teeth. Here are some burrs. Usually that's where the connection points are at. Same thing with the number 11. Same thing as before, part number 9. We're just gonna sand all around. You can also sand the gear teeth. For me, and just for the purpose of the video, I'm just gonna mention it, but I'm not gonna do it. That will once again reduce the time to work the mechanism in. But you can skip it and just only do the waxing without sanding the gear teeth on the gears. Specifically in this example, number 10, 2 number 10s and number 11. Alrighty, so number 9s are waxed. Number 11. And then you don't need to apply too much wax, it's just to give a little bit of a coat on the teeth. And once it gets worked in, it's all gonna spread out across the surface, hopefully, and reduce the friction for your mechanism, for your assembly. All right, waxing is done, so we're take part number 4 back. Number 10 is gonna go at the top here, and then number 9. Then 2 number 9s is gonna go onto the part number 6 that we installed. Once again, all the way to the surface. Push it in. The second number 10 is gonna go right at the center one. And then number 11 is gonna go, make sure you match the teeth, and then it's gonna go onto the one on the right, bottom right. So, and as you can see, the gears are engaged. Moving on to the page number 6. Step number 3, let's see, we need part number 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. We're still on board number 1. Part number 12 is going to be bottom left. We need both of them. We need 2. Part number 13, that's going to be at the center. We need 1 for now. A little bit to the left of the center, above the middle. Part number 13. Part number 14 right at the center, above the middle. 15 is right above that. And then 16 is the large gear here, somewhat in the middle to the right of the center line. All right, so we do need a lot of waxing here and sanding. So cylindrical surfaces, I'm gonna sand a little bit. And then gears, I'm gonna wax. All right, also cylindrical surfaces, waxing, don't forget about that. Gears. Wax. Number 15. And then number 16 is the large gear, so every tooth, make sure you apply a little bit of a wax all around. Use a new wax stick, and let's see, and inside. So we need to wax these little teeth also, just to be on the safe side. All right, let's see. Part number 12, there's a longer tab and a shorter, so shorter towards the bottom, that's our B, and then A is towards the top. So through the B, through the bottom, we do the number 13 first. That goes all the way to the little step here. Next one is part number 14. As you insert it, make sure the teeth are facing counterclockwise direction, just like this. So they're gonna go this way, and then we lock it up with part number 15 on the bottom. And once again, make sure everything is seated nice and tight all the way in. And now part number 16 is gonna go from the top, and the teeth, these little teeth, internal ones, they need to face the clockwise direction. So now we're gonna go put it over, and then they're gonna go over these little teeth of gear number 14, and all that sub-assembly is gonna go into this hole at the center of part number 4. Once again, make sure the gears are engaged with the gears that we already installed here and here. And then all that sub-assembly, we're gonna lock it up with a 1 from the top. And then this should be rotating one way, but that would be the winding mechanism, and this would be the rotation unwinding. All right, step number 5. Just want to make sure that there's all the movement in there, that I don't need to work it in a little bit later. We need to put on the metal spring, so let's rotate this horizontal, so the opening is going between two parts number 12, they're going up and down. And let's see, so the spring, the way it needs to go is with this little hook. It's going to go towards the clockwise direction. Right, so that's the way we're looking in the spring, and then we're going to insert it, that flat portion, in between two parts number 12. Let's see, probably need to wind it in a little bit so it goes inside. All right, let me unhook it first. I'm not sure. We're gonna do it later, the unhooking portion. So let's once again go in between these two parts. Oops. And let's see, we're gonna bring it outward on the outside of this top left part number 2. With one of the down, and this, we need to wind this up a little bit. onto the inside. All right, a little bit unwinding and winding back on inside. This little hook should be on inside for now. All right, so that's the way it is. I just unwound it. It's still sitting in here. And now we need to put part number to lock this mechanism in. Let's rotate this a little bit so it's horizontal. We need part number 17 and then 13 and 18 to lock it up. 17 is bottom left. We have some parts on the inside of there, so we need to take this little part number 23 set out with a little spare component in there. And let's see, we need part number 13 and 18. 13 is right in the middle to the left of the center line, and then part number 18 would be right at the little to the right of the center at the bottom here. Similar scenario, we're gonna send part number 18 and 13 and outside, and then put a little bit of wax. Both parts, and then we lock it up with part number 17. So all these two and these 6 holes need to match these guys. Lock it in, match all the tabs one by one as you're pushing it together. Three more. Just line them up and push it, squeeze it together. Just work your way around, make sure all of them are seated in completely, all the parts. And then we're going to insert part number 18 at the top here, locking it in the sub-assembly, and then part number 13 is going to go into the center, locking 2 parts number 12 together and keeping them on the inside. Let's see. Go. Make sure it sits all the way inside, keeping it together. And then on top, on that part number 13, we're gonna put part number 19. That's a step number 7. 2 20s and 2 21s. So let's see. Part number 19 is to the left, below the middle a little bit, to the left of the center line. 2 parts number 20. They're bottom right. I'm gonna use the little helping tool to get these out. And then 2 parts number 21. First one is a little bit above the middle on the right hand side, and one is to the right of the center line at the bottom here. So part number 19, let's do 20 first, to make sure that we're not on the assembly and not gonna break anything. So we're gonna do 2 20s facing up. Where's my helping tool? And that's gonna go over part number 12. And then part number 21 with the arrow on the right hand side facing down. So that's the direction of winding. Now we need to feed it through port number 20, 12, all the way to the surface. Same thing with the second one. Nice and clean. So that's going to be like a flat, almost flat here. We're done with page number 7. Moving on to the page number 8. Step number 8 at the top right corner. We're going to need to wind it up until the little lip is going to hit this part. I think it was number 3 if I remember correctly. So we're winding the spring now. And it's there. So now we need to use our helping tool to push it all the way onto number 3 to make sure it doesn't come off. So now we can wind it up. The mechanism works. All right. That's our A2. All right, we're gonna put it aside for now. Step number 1 at the top of the page on the right hand side. I need part number 22 and 23. And 23s, we're gonna need 8 of them. Part number 22 is gonna be a little bit below the middle on the right hand side. And then part number 23 is on board, looks like board number 2. No. Or yes. Oh, no. Part number 23, we're within the little parts earlier, so we need 8 of them. 1 and 2. 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we have 2 spares. I'm going to put them aside for now. Need a helping tool to get the last 2 out. There we go. All right, so part number 22 with this little drawing facing towards you on the left side. We're going to need to insert 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the smaller rectangles here on this part. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So these 2 are facing the surface, white surface facing left, right, and the 2 horizontal one up and down. Same thing on the other one. I'm not sure if it matters much. If they're a little bit of rectangular rather than square, then yeah, it would matter. Alrighty. And 1 second, we're gonna move on to page number, step number 3 in a moment. All right, back at step number 3, we need parts number 24, 224s and 225s. They're on board number 2. 24 is at the top left, a little bit to the left of the center line. And then 25s are within these little parts on the inside, top left and right. All right, so 24 is going to go into this little center holes with a thicker tab inside and shorter. And then these guys need two, part number 25, we need to wax on the outside. Both of them. And they're gonna go over all the way in, engaging with parts number 23. There's only one way you can put them in. If you put them in correctly, you need to rotate it a little bit. Make sure the 23s line up. Alright, and then step number 4, we need part number 26, which is back on board number 1, a little bit above the middle on the right hand side. And then that one's going to go with the hole towards the bottom. We're going to take our sub-assembly here. Let's see, gonna rotate it a little bit. That's gonna go over this opening right here. Probably I would put a little bit of a wax on this little tab. So if you rotate with these two tabs towards the right hand side, this little tab that's facing you now on the right hand side, that's where the port number 26 goes, with this little triangular portion towards the left, sorry. So it's gonna sit right here, and then we're gonna put our sub-assembly, the way you assembled it, over here, locking it onto the board number 4, was it? Now, if you can't easily get it on these little tabs, put a little bit of oil wax on them, and then it's going to be much easier to slide it on. There we go. Make sure that everything is seated properly. And that's our A3. So this part moves a little bit. These guys are circular and facing towards you. And we're moving to page number 9. Put that sub-assembly to the side. We need parts number 27 and 28, 29. They're both on board number 1. 27 bottom left here. 28 is going to be right at the center below the middle, and 29 is right below that. So let's see, 27 is going to go one into another, these little forks, and we need to push it all the way in. It is symmetrical, so part number 29 is going to go on the left hand side. Wax these little teeth a little bit. And then these teeth, as you insert it, they need to, if you look at them, they need to, removing extra part, or extra material here, they need to face, if you look at from this direction, from the right, they need to face counterclockwise direction, and that's how you insert the part number 27 onto part number 27, all the way up to the little step. And then part number 28 is going to go, doesn't matter which way, from the right hand side. Make sure you wax all the teeth. Also all the way to the step. And then we lock them up with parts number 30 and 31. Let's see, 30 are the top right corner of board number 1, and 31s are in the bottom right corner of 31, of board number 1. Sand the cylinders. 31s are the smaller ones. And then we need to wax them too. All right, so 30's gonna go first on both left and right hand side. All the way to the gears, and then 31 is the second. That one doesn't go all the way in, so they're to the next step. Same thing on the opposite end, and then 31. Now we're gonna take our sub-assembly A3. We're gonna make sure that hole is further from you on the left-hand side, and that's where the gear with the tooth that are facing counterclockwise direction, that's where it's gonna go. So we're pushing it into that hole. On the other end, the gear should be engaged with the gear on the bottom, and this thing's gonna be locking the teeth in, just like this. So if you rotate it a little bit, this will go in and lock the teeth in. That's a stop lock, I guess. And let's see. It's a lot of guessing for me. It is the first time I'm seeing this model, so. All right, that's our A4. I'm gonna put it aside right now. Step number 1 on the top right corner of page number 9. We need part number 32. This is the bottom right of board number 1. And part number 23. 23, again. There's more 23s, I guess. They're now on board number 2. We do have a couple spare ones to the left and right of the center line at the top here. So same thing, we need 8 of them. Gonna pull out these blocks out. 1, 2. 3, 4. 5, 6. Alrighty. These little extra parts, moving it away. Now with part number 32 with this little drawing towards the right end top, we're going to insert the 23s into, similar as the previous sub-assembly, into the 8 holes. All right, and then step number 2, parts number 24. They're also on board number 2 on the right hand side here. So the previous one we pulled it from the left hand side. Now it's on the right hand side, 2 24s and then 2 25s. And then 25 is going to be a little bit above the middle on the left and right hand side within the parts again. So let's see, let's do the same thing again. 24 is going to go in at the center, and then we're gonna wax outside of part number 25. And get this over. Once again, it's only one way they can go, because it's not gonna fit otherwise over parts number 23. And slide it all the way to the surface of part number 32. That completes step number 2 on page number 9 on the right hand side. Moving on to the page number 10. We're going to take our sub-assembly and we're going to lock this gear up with the same thing. As I mentioned, put a little bit of wax on these little tabs, and then the part will go on much easier. Gears are engaged, everything is engaged, so it's all good. Moving on, a little bit of a movement here too. All right, and then we need part number in step number 4, part number 33 on the bottom here. This one's not all the way in. There you go. Part number 33 on board number 1. And that's the last part on board number 1, so we can put it aside. Once again, my recommendation is not to throw anything out until you're completely done with the assembly, just to make sure you don't miss any parts. So part number 33 is going to go from the bottom, engaging with that part number 32 and the other one, kind of like an Excel. And that's our A5. All right, step number 1 on the bottom of page number 10 on the left-hand side. We got parts number 34. We're on board number 2. Part number 34 is going to be on the left-hand side. And then parts number, let's see, 37 and 36. And then part number 35 is the top right. So we need 236 and 237. So 36, 37, top left and top right. .36 gonna go into hole from the back. 37 onto it, just like this. So with the 37 within 36, and then the shorter tab's gonna go from the back into part number 35 and 34. I'm gonna use the table as a leverage. And same thing on the other one. From the back. From the surface without any drawing on it, or any marking. And then we need 2 wax on the inside of these circles. I would send that too because I feel the connection points on there. So I'm going to use the sandpaper. It's easier than using the file. All right, and then we're gonna wax it on the inside too. Okay, now we're gonna get our sub-assembly, and that's gonna be on, if you have the spring towards the away from you, it's going to be on the right hand side. We'll start with the right hand side. So 35, we turn it around. I'm going to put it on that first, on the right hand side, and then 34 is going to go on the left hand side. Once again, with the tab sticking out towards you. All right, moving on to page number 11. First, we need to put part number 38. It's on board number 2 on the left-hand side. A little bit at the middle, I want to say. And that's going to go into these 2 openings here. It's not going to sit super tight, but should be all good. Oh, the little opening should be away from you. So it's on the left hand side if you're looking at with your spring away from you. So it's on the left hand side is the little opening here, cutout. Not on the side that we're installing 3435 right now. And then the next step is port number 39 is the top left corner of board number 2, and port number 40. 40 is going to be at the center, almost at the top here. 40 we're going to need to wax all around because it's a gear. And then 39, I'm going to go over these little tabs and we're going to lock it in. There's a lot of tabs, so you might want to wax them too. Pre-wax them a little bit and make sure that's seated all the way in. These are rotational, everything is good. And then part number 40, we're gonna go over this little sub-assembly over the axle. It needs to go all the way to the surface, just like this. And step number 4, we need 2 rubber bands. Smaller ones. These guys, 10 millimeter. Right within that little measurement. And let's see, that's gonna go onto did I install it incorrectly? Looks like I mixed these guys up. So these guys should be, little corners should be on the inside. That is my screw up. Yep. Didn't even see it. They should put probably exclamation point to it. Oh, there's numbers too. Number 2, number 1. They do have exclamation point. That's me not paying attention. But we're not too far in the assembly. The only thing is that removing this guy is going to be a little bit of a pain. I'm probably going to need a little knife to get in between. Just carefully remove part number 39. To reinstall these guys. And this, once again, I mean, nobody's perfect. And we do make mistakes, which are fixable. And if that part you break as you uninstall it, if you made the same mistake, you can contact us for the replacement. All right, just need to flip this, put the part back on. It's actually going on much easier because I already put it on once. All right, let's put it back on. let's see, so these guys gonna get rubber bands hooked onto little hooks on the bottom. Make sure you stretch the rubber band to get in completely. Same thing on this guys. So we hook it on part number, I guess 32, I think, if I remember correctly, and also on this part number 34 and 35, just like this. Same thing on the other side. Just need to stretch it a little bit, and then it gives you this little rubbery amortization. Alrighty. And we need to twist it, I guess. Wow, me not paying attention to the manual at all. So we twist it for some reason, I guess to give it a little bit more of a spring. Yeah, because it's not as stretchy. I can do from either side, twist it and put it back on. All right. Moving on to page number 12. We need to install part number 41. It's on board number 2 on the right hand side, and it's going to go on the bottom. Let's see, with the, that's going to go at the top. Once again, with this little opening towards the left hand side. It's going on the opposite end. Inserting it into here, into the opening. And then so this little hook is going to be on the left hand side, and this part is still should be moving within this cutout here. And we're moving on to step number 6. Now we need parts number 42 and 43. Once again with 36 and 37. So the 43 is left and right hand side of board number 2 in the middle, and then parts number 36 at this little to the right of the center and left of the center, a little bit above the middle. 37 is right there, right below, and then another 37 is below the middle on the left hand side. All right, and similar as before, we're gonna wax on the inside of these guys. They're sand and wax because they're connection points. And then 36 into 37. And they go from the back. It's the same situation. Now I'm going to pay a little bit closer attention on how to put them onto the sub-assembly. All right, and let's see, we need to still, did I wax it? I know I sanded it, just in case, if I forget. It's a similar situation. Now we flip it the other way, and we need to make sure these little hooks are towards the inside. There we go, and then part number 44 is gonna lock it in. Part number 44 is the top right. And then part number 40 at the center, a little bit below the middle. Make sure you wax all the teeth. All right, we're good. And now we insert, I'm gonna put a little bit of wax on all these little tabs, just to make sure that it's not gonna be as hard of assembly. And now we match all the tabs and start squeezing. Excuse me. Goes in much easier if you do wax it. And I don't need to take it off this time because I put these guys correctly, hopefully. All right, let's see, and part number 40 over the Excel. All right, and then moving on to the page number 13, 2 rubber bands, again, smaller ones with a little twist, same as before, and on the other one. All right. Work it in a little bit. And that's our step number 9, 10, and 10. We're done step number 11 in the middle of bottom page of page 13. We need part number 45, 46, and 47. They're all on board number 2. So 45 is to the left of the center line, 47 a little bit further on the left, and then 46 is going to be at the middle on the left hand side. All right, so we have a shorter, which is B, longer is A, and the shorter is going to go towards this little triangle. From the bottom, we need to wax the sides of port number 46. It's going to go from the bottom here, stop on the left, start on the right. Sorry, the other way around. Start on the left, stop on the right. It's going to go from the bottom here in between these two little tabs, which we also need to wax somehow. Get the wax in between. Right here, and then we're gonna need to make sure it works. We're gonna lock it up with part number 47. And make sure it's stop-start works with the little clicks. All right, page number 14. That's gonna go onto that sub-assembly on the left-hand side. With this opening, that's where the little slider is going to go. Make sure it sits all the way in, and then this slider is gonna stop and start this little part here. And part number 48 is gonna go on the other side. 48 is on the little below the middle on the right hand side of the center line. It's gonna go on the opposite side. the top there, and then we need little rubber band, the small one again, 10 millimeter. It's gonna go onto hook here and onto hook here to lock this guy in to make sure it springs back. I'll probably do this inside internal hook first. Here we go, and then external. So it's gonna lock this part in, so when you stop, locks it in, and then it's gonna push it back for these start, pushes it away, and then stop, it's gonna push it back and lock the gear. All right, moving on to page number 15. Now we check the mechanism, make sure it works. I need to wind it up when in the stop position 7 times, and then release it. It should unwind. Lock it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, unwind. So everything works. Then all the gears too. Yep. All right. So we're done with the sub-assembly A. We're gonna put it aside. Now we're on step number 1 on the right-hand side of page number 15. Need parts number 52, 51, that we're all on board number 2. 52 is right at the center here. 51 is a little bit to the left on the bottom. Part number 11 is going to be at the little above the middle on at the center. Part number 50 is going to be on the left-hand side at the end, at the edge. And then part number 49. 49 is going to be on the right-hand side, bottom to the right of the center line. All right, so what we need to wax is part number 11. And sand and wax part number 50. All right, so 52, we're gonna with all the marking towards the bottom, and then this little rectangular hole should be on the right hand side when the circular is away from you. 51 is gonna go over it, match the holes. So the circular, the half arch cutout should be towards the circle, and then we're gonna put 49 through part number 50. All the way in. And then 11. And then that's going to go through that rectangular hole all the way through. First through the part number 51. And then we're going to lock it onto part number 52. Step number 2, from the bottom, we need part number 53, 2 54s, and 55. So 2 54s bottom right, 53 is on bottom left at the edge corner, and then 55 to the right of the center line on the bottom. All right, so let's see, 53 needs to wax this little tab that's sticking out, and with the unlock facing towards you, it's gonna go over here, and then 50, let's see, 54 is gonna lock them in. they need to go all the way in. There you go, all the way to the surface. They should be moving front and back slightly. All right, and then 55 is going to go right in the opening on the actual part number 53, all the way in. So, and that's our B1. Moving on to the page number 16. Need part number 56. Step number 1. 56 is the bottom left. And we need to wax all these teeth here that at the edge. And that's 51. We're going to have our sub-assembly. It's going to be turned upside down. And let's see, 50... B1 is going to go over this little cylinder, just like this. And then 56 is going to go over to lock it in with the markings facing you. Just like this. So that rotates. And then you can lock it to go straight, just like this. Next, we need 2 of rubber bands. 25 millimeters, so these are the thin ones, but larger than the 10 millimeter. That's gonna go onto this, and this little tabs going through part number 53. All right, let's see how we can do it. Stretch it, combine it to maybe one part first. We're gonna do one rubber band first and then the second one. And just the way to put them in is to stretch it a little bit and then slide it on. Easier said than done. Yikes. One more time. Third time or 15th time is a charm. Wait. No, it's sitting fine. Let's do stretch. There we go. Oop. Feels like the first rubber band doesn't sit all the way in. That's why the second one doesn't go. All right, let's having issue of it sliding off. Need to make sure that it's nice and tight on this little lock, and then it's going to sit on there. And then we're going to put it on the other side, and we need to pull it to make sure it sits nice on that little tooth. Because it looks like if it sticks out a little bit on the back and it's not tight, then it comes off. Here we go. I'm on. Yep. No, not yet. So it needs to be stretched at the top. Almost. Yikes. I didn't think this will give me that much trouble. Whew. Sweating here, trying to put the rubber band on. 2 times. All right, so this side is fine. Now this side. I mean, I know what I need to do. I'm just doing it is the problem with my... Need to pull it tight, tight, tight. Stretch it and pull it tight, because if it's not stretched, it comes off. If it's stretched, what? So it's fine on here. This side is fine. I'm gonna scream. There you go. I think I got it. Yep. There you go. Oh, whew, whew. And now this side. Back in. And you got back in. Nope. We just need to stretch it up and the top. Wow. I don't think this guy's gonna give me that much trouble. Probably at least half an hour on this thing. We will eventually, I'm just gonna stick with one. Why is it so hard? There you go. Got it. Got it. It sits there. All right, good. All right, both hands are good. Both hands are good. Now this lock locks up. All right, well, good. Whew. Turn it upside down, and then now on this side we are inserting step number 3, ports number 57, 58, and 59. Okay, I feel like I need to come back to this one. So it needs to be like the rubber band needs to be stretched on these little tabs in order to sit there properly, because if it's not stretched, it doesn't sit on there, so it just comes off. All right, part number 59, bottom right, part number 57, bottom left, and then 2 parts number 58. They're right at the center on the bottom here. $59 with the tab towards the top, it's going to go into the hole here, all the way in. 57 is going to go onto here with a flat side towards the vehicle, and then do 58s first on these diagonal openings. Make sure I can put them in before I put the part on, because otherwise it may come off as I apply pressure. Just like this. And that's our B2. Whew. Page number 17. Moving on, step number 1. Make sure we're recording with you guys. We're all good. Step number 1, we need parts number 23 and 60. So let's see, 60 is going to be on, we're already on board number 3. Let's see, 60 is going to be a little bit above the middle on the left hand side. And part number 23 is on board number 1 on the left hand side. There's 4 of them, bottom left. Take the whole block out. And 4 parts. All right, with the tab towards the top and on the right, the 423 is going to go around the center hole. In similar fashion as before, with not parts number 23, there's 4 of them. And I guess we need to send them to on the outside. I remember seeing that prior. All right, step number 2, we need part number 42. It's on board number 3, bottom a little bit below the middle on the left hand side. Take the 73 out. Circular, sand and wax on the inside of the part and wax it. And then we need parts number 36 and 37. They're which ones they want us to take? The ones on the top to the left of the center line. Same as before, and we insert it from the back. And then that's gonna go over part of the subassembly that we just did with a hook towards the inside, just like this, and then we lock it up with part number 61 is the top left. And then this opening is gonna go towards the top left, just like this. So this hole is open, and this. And then we need smaller rubber band, and that's going to go on a hook here and hook there with a little twist. Twist and put it on the other hook. And that's our B3. Moving on to the page number 18. Need part number 63 and 62. They're on board number 2 at the top, right and left. Part number 28 for the next step, right at the center at the top. And 2 64s. There, one is at the center, to the right of the center in the middle, and then the other one is a little below to the right hand side. 63 and 62 is going to go forks into each other, which will create this little T on the left hand side. And then 64 we're going to need to send. Why all the other ones are not sending? Just one does. Like, as a connection point there on the outside, so that's why we need to send it. There's no dips. Send and wax, and then it's going to go on the left hand side to lock it in first, all the way into the T, to the step. Lock it in, and then right hand side we're going to need to wax the gear, all the gear teeth on here. And then same thing with the 64, need to send in on the outside. And wax. The gear's gonna go all the way in. Need to push it a little bit to the step, and then 64 is gonna lock it in and sit flat on the gear, so you need to push it as far as it can go. I'm gonna use the little helping tool, pushing it carefully all around just to make sure I don't snap it. And that's our B4. All right, step number 1 on the bottom of page number 18. Need part number 65, that's on board number 3, a little above the middle on the right hand side. We will need 4 23s, they're on board number 1, bottom right. Sorry, board number 2. Similar as before. Now it's the other way, so these to the left, or I mean it's a center, so this little tab is going to be towards the right top. We're going to insert 23s all around that center hole and send it on the outside. Maybe because we had that part. All right, the other part 25 or whatever. Step number 2, we need part number 34, board number 3, a little below the center on the right hand side, and 36, 37 to the right of the center line at the top there. Similar. Sand it and waxed. From the opposite end of the markings. And let's see, moving on to the page number 19, sorry. That's gonna go onto the similar way, similar fashion. With those little hook towards the left side, and then we're locking it up with the 66, which is top right corner there of board number 3. Same thing, the little fork towards top right, flat surface at the top here. So the opposite of what we did on the other sub-assembly. So this should move freely, and then similar way, we're going to use the smaller rubber band, attach it on the hook here, twist it, and the other end is going to go on a hook on a part number 34. It's going to give that little spring on here. All right, step number 1 on center, or to the right a little bit on the page number 19. We're gonna take our sub-assembly, turn it upside down with the key facing U. Before we'll go right at that gear. So the gear is gonna connect with the gear on the right hand side, and then B3, that's the one that we assembled first. That's gonna go on the right hand side. And yes. To make sure that we insert it in all the tabs. There you go. And then page number 20, part number 67 on board number 2, right at the center here. It needs to go towards the back and with the circle over this little cylinder. So that's the only way you can go in. All the way in and lock it up. Step number 2. Yep. Step number 4. Well, that was 3. That's step number 2. Step number 3. Weird. Anyway, 1, 2, we just did that. Step number 4, we're gonna put the other sub-assembly onto the other end. And then this should be facing towards the front or away from you at this point. All right, same thing, just install it. I'm gonna start at the bottom here and match the front tab. Make sure that axle goes in there and then the back tab. All right, make sure now everything sits nice and flat. Everything is nice and tight, and we're good to go. All right, so page 20, step number 5. We need to put 2 parts number 40 on the ends here, and 68. So they're all on board number 2. 68 is the bottom right, and then 240s are in the same location. And then we can put the board number 2 on the side to throw it out a little bit later. Okay, need to wax these number 40s. And they're gonna go over the axles, or axle front. I guess this is front, be my guess. And part number 68 goes on the tab here with the little holes towards the front, or yeah, away from the key. Don't know if it's front or back. And that's our sub-assembly B. And a little pause. All right, moving on to page number 21. I need part number 72, board number 3, bottom left. Let's see, take out the centerpiece from there. Put it on the side. That's part number 81, so you need to keep it. For the future, we need part number 69, 70. They're on the left hand side. There's a bunch of them, so let's do the first one. And 71. 71 is going to be, let's see, top, no, it's not, within top left, within the gear. So inside the gear. And then the little piece, that's a nice cylinder. So we need to sand and wax it. $69.70. Forks go within each other. And then with the this longer tab, that's where 71 is going to go onto, and all the way in. I'm going to put a little bit of a wax on here so it goes in easier. And that's from the front. It says 2 on here. That's going to go inside this little hole on the bottom. And then on the other end, step number 2, we lock it with the 73, which was pulled out a little bit earlier before. And actually, I'm going to use these, but they were within the part number 42 and 34. 73, right? Yeah. That way we don't lose them. That's going to go from the back. And it needs to lock all the way to the surface. And then lock it up with 74, top left. 274s, they need to be waxed as well. And sanded on the outside. All right, then 74 is in the back here. One and two. All in. And then 75 from the front. 75 is going to be a little bit to the left of the center line and the top left and right. Same thing, we need to wax and sand it. And that's going to go from the front onto 6970 combination to this step. I'm going to put a little bit of a wax again. There's one way it can go on, so make sure you put it the right way. If it doesn't go on, just twist it 90 degrees and put it on. All right, that should rotate, and that's our C1. I'm going to put it on the left. Now, step number 1 on the bottom. Going to make C2. So part number 76 on the right-hand side, bottom right. 71 is going to be within the part number 80 at the top right, and then 69 and 70. Combined together. That one's going to be on the right hand side a little bit below the middle. I mean, there's a bunch of them here, so whichever one you want to use. I choose to use these for now. All the way in, put a little bit of wax on both sides, and then 71 is going to go from the longer post, all the way to the step, and then we push it, should say to 1 here, from the front where the designs are at, and then from the back 73, another one, we pulled it out earlier, sand and wax, or just wax, since it's just a gear. That's going to go from the back all the way to the surface, and then 74 and 75. So 74 top right, 75 also top right, but like in the middle of the quadrant, top right quadrant. All of these sand on the outside and wax. And then 74 is going to go from the back. And then 75 from the front. Once again, a specific way. The longer side's going to be on the shorter portion out there. I don't know if it's good enough explanation, but all right, that's our C2 is going to be on the right hand side. And now we're moving on to the page number 22. Let's see, here we need to add parts number 277s. They're all board number 3. Let's see, 77, where are we at? Bottom left and right. We're gonna do one on the right, although it shows on the left. 278s right above it, like right at the center on left and right hand side. And then 279s. 79s. It's gonna be, let's see where the 79 right at the center here. So there's 4, so we just need 2. And then 2 80s. 80s are, I'm gonna pull the ones that we took the 71s out of top right and left. All right, so let's see, we need to wax all the gears. And then I would sand and wax 79s. And 77s. wax these? I don't remember, but just in case. All right, let's see. We're gonna take our sub-assembly. That's gonna be the back on the right hand side. 79 is gonna go on these axis, and then 77's on the flat portion ones and the flat rods, and then they go going all the way in to the step. And then the shorter gears are, smaller gears gonna go over and make sure it locks with the one on here. And then 79's gonna go on the axis. All the way to the step, and then also locking with these gears here. Just like this. And then C1's gonna go with the one on the end. Through the X. Just like this. And then the C2 is going to go the one on the further away. Need to take that part out for future. And make sure the gears engage. And locks everything in. Moving on to the page number 23. There's our 81 and 82. So 82, 81, it has two twos on there, two dots on each side. We need to wax outside of it. And they're gonna go over the little openings, locking those in. All the way in. Same thing with the single one's gonna go on the right hand side. Single dot. Locking it in. Then part number 74. Should be plenty of them at the top right here, let's say, or left. Sand and wax on the outside. And it's going to go right at the center on the axle. And then we're going to put part number 83 over it. 83 is the bottom right or bottom left. Locking the wheels together, or the just like this. Step number 4, we need parts number 84 and 85, 484s and 485s. We're gonna lock these together right here at the corners. All right, where's 84s? We're on board number 4 now. 85's on the bottom here. We need 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 84 is right above them on the left hand side, also 4. So these guys, a little bit of a wax. I'm gonna use a new one now to easier insert these 85s through these cutouts, and let's see, they need to stick out towards the front. All right, so the back, that's what's gonna get locked in. No, the other way around. So the tab should be facing towards the front. And we're gonna insert them just like this. Front and back. And then 84's gonna go with the smaller tab towards the outside. It's gonna go into the holes right outside of this axle. And front and back. If it doesn't go very easy, put a little bit of wax on it, on the tab, and then it's just gonna slide in. Page number 24, part number 86 and 87, two of each. They're on board number 4. 86 at the center, at the top, 87 to the left, two of them. And they're gonna go over and onto these tabs. So put a little bit of wax on the tabs. Make sure it locks in. And then just need to align them with the hole. A lot of moss. Let's see. That's 86, and then the other one, same thing. Up and lock him in. All right, great. And now 87 to lock it up. So line up the dots and you should be good to lock these in place. These two little dots that are on there. Next step, number 6. Hopefully I'm not going off of the video much. Still recording, which is great. Next step, we need part number 88, 89, 90, and 91, 2 of each. They're all on board number 4. So let's see. 88, top left, 1 and 2. 89, they're all within this little, and 90s, within 90s. So we need 2 of these 2. And then 91 to lock it up. 91 on the right hand side at the top, 2 of them. All right, so let's take the 89s out. Use the helping tool. Now, I know it does say to wax inside these little gears, which I will. Don't wax these little 89s. Usually my problem is that they get stuck to with the wax, so I'm not gonna wax them. Do wax everything else though. All right, and let's see, that's gonna go towards the front. First one is 88. So 88 is gonna go these little cutouts facing clockwise direction over these. Same thing, front and back, or back and front. 89 is gonna go, let's do 90s first. 90s, let's see. Teeth need to face also counterclockwise direction, or not also, but counterclockwise direction. Same thing here, counterclockwise. And then 89s we're gonna insert now. Just like this, and then lock it up with port number 91. Front and back. All right, moving on to page number 25. Now we need to make sure that it's operational. So let's put it into stop. Wind it up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, max. Start, and these should rotate. Oh, there's a lot of friction in there. Now we need to move it. They need to rotate towards the front. All right. Let's see which gear is locked up. Need to work these gears in. To make sure that everything works. Here we go. Somewhere movement. We know this guy. Work all the gears. Come on. And as I mentioned, if you wax and prepare everything, there's a lot of gears that we need to move. I'm gonna come back to it. Hold on, actually, no, we need to try to move it first. Could be front too. Locking the whole mechanism up. We haven't tested it before, so. There we go. Come on. Where do you get stuck? Feel the movement. There you go. Bouncies. There we go. Got it working. Let's do one more time. 1, 2. I'm not gonna lock it right now, just to make sure that the gears are free to move for now. Now we can lock it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everything's moving. We're good to go, and we're gonna take a little pause. All right, let's continue our assembly. So this one is operational. Let me double check. I've been out for a little bit. So let's see. Stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let it run. All right, everything unwinds. So we're on page 25, step number 1 on the right hand side. At the top, we need parts number 92. That's board number 3. Let me see. I've been out for about a week. It's been sitting waiting for me. All right, so 72. I need to take 73 out right from inside, and I have a little scratch, so a little bit painful to take these out, but and for some reason don't have any band-aid left. All right, let's see. 69 and 70, they're on the right hand side, a little bit above the middle here, to the right of the center line. And then part number 71, so I need to get back into it. 71 is going to be 75, 71, 71. 71 is within these little part number 80. Let's push it out, make sure we don't drop the 80 out. All right, so we need to sand and wax on inside of here. So let's use our sandpaper, just sand it up and wax it. And then we need to, let's see, sand, wax this outside of 71. So there's dimples, dips, little dips. So just need a little waxing. 71 into 69. And then the longer tab is going to go inside. So we're going to put 71 over this. halfway to the step. And then this is gonna go from the side, so it says RN2. Those are the numbers, exclamation point. That's gonna go into the round opening on the bottom there. And then from the other side, we're gonna do the 73. That's the one that we pulled earlier from inside of part number 92. Wax it up, all the gear teeth. And then two parts number 74. So those are right at the center here, to the left and right a little bit, above the middle. And then these I would sand all around. And wax. Little commercial break. Don't forget to like and follow my channel, just to make sure you get all the additional videos that I'm gonna do on the UGears assemblies, or maybe some other assemblies. We'll see. All right, and then the 73, all the way to the surface, and then we lock it up with the 74s. Alrighty. And then if you want this parts to go on easier, and I don't know why I haven't done it, but I should have. Let's see if I can still take it off. No. Gotta push it all the way in now. You just want to wax a little bit the surface of the part number 69 and 70, and it'll just slide in a little bit easier with less struggle. All right, so this is done. That's a C4. So we're gonna put it on the left. Going on to page number 26. And then we need part number 80. That's on board number 3. Right at the center, we pulled the 71 from there. And then just make sure you remove that ring that was holding part number 71, because we don't need it. And then wax every single gear. Gear tooth, sorry. All right, but you guys know what I mean. And then we need part number 79. It's right in the center there. It's got dips, so just need to wax it all around. And once again, if you sand it, it'll operate a little bit smoother. All right, so we'll take our C4. This is gonna go over, and then 79. Let's see, no, 79 is gonna go, all right, let's see. I'm gonna take C3, this is gonna go on the front, on the right-hand side. And so, let's see, 79 goes onto this larger X, push it all the way in, put part number 80 over it and interlocking with the gear that is sitting right here. And then we're gonna interlock this gear on the bottom with gear number 80. There you go, make sure it's locked, and squeeze it in. So this is gonna sit right there, and then this little X gonna stick out in the middle of the larger circle. All right, now we need to wax these little openings and put part number 84 and 85. Those are on board, let's see, number 4. So 85 is on the bottom here, and 84s, there's a bunch of them all over the place. I'm gonna use the ones that are right in the middle or a little bit below the middle on the right hand side. So 85 is gonna go with these little steps. It's gonna go in between and lock this up and make sure it's sticking out towards the outside of the vehicle. So we're gonna lock the sub-assemblies together. Just like this. Sticking out towards the outside, same thing on the second one on the bottom. so they're sticking out this way, and then 84 with the thicker tabs. We can wax them a little bit to make it go in easier. They're gonna go into these rectangular openings right around the axle for the wheel. Alrighty, and then next is step number 3 on page number 26. Need part number 86 and 87. There it looks like on board number 4, so 86 is the large piece in the center here at the top, and 87 is to the left of that. Let's see, they don't need to be waxed or anything like that, so 86 gonna go right onto these little tabs that are now sticking out. And once again, if you wax them a little bit, it's just gonna make it easier to slide that piece over. And lock it in. Just gonna match all the holes and then squeeze it all the way in. Let me make sure that we're still recording. We're good. And then over the top of that piece number 87, you're just gonna go over and lock it in. All right, step number 4 on the bottom there, we need part number 88, 90. 88 is the top left, a little bit above the middle there. Part number 89, I think we had those out now. 89 are within part number 90 there, so we'll grab one of the 90s. We're gonna grab the one on the right and a little bit below the middle. So within that are 2 89s. Push these guys out. And then we need part number 91. It's on the right hand side, a little bit above the middle. All right, so let's see. We're looking at it this way. We're gonna wax the gears on the inside, or gear teeth on the inside of part number 90. We're gonna sand outside of part number 88, and we're gonna put a little bit of wax on there just to make sure it rotates nice and easy. And then we put part number 90, let's see, with the teeth going in the clockwise direction. Part number counterclockwise direction, I apologize. Part number 89 is gonna go with these little steps going in a clockwise direction, opposite of the teeth, just like this. So they're facing this one, the teeth are facing the opposite. We're gonna insert the part number 90 into the openings of part number 88 and just keep it vertical to make sure it doesn't fall out. They will lock on the teeth if it tries to rotate the other way. And then we lock it up with part number 91. Just like this. And the next step, number 5, we need part number 93, which is on board number 3. That's at the top here. At the center. Part number 294 is there at the top, right at the center here. It looks like we need 3 of them. So I got 2, and 1 is on the bottom right of board number 3. All right, so these guys gonna go. So this rectangular opening is facing towards you, or rectangular drawing, and then part number 94 with the shorter tab, it's gonna go in the holes here, and we need to squeeze it all the way in to make sure it sits nice and flat inside these rectangular openings. So 1, 2, and 3. We can use the helping tool. Just need to make sure they're level, then it comes out nice and easy. And then in step number 6, it's going to go over into these 3 openings right here to lock it in place. I'm probably going to do a little bit of a wax on the tabs so it's easier to put them in. Am I doing it right? And then we're going to need to check it. Alrighty. Line it up, squeeze it in, seat it in completely into the holes. All 3. They should have a little bit of a movement here forward, nothing towards the back. Then we're moving on to the page number 27, and we're gonna test run it. Put it into stop, 7 winding, 7, and then release it. And then we do need a little bit, because there's wax and friction, we need to help it a little bit to run through. Let it loose. I'm holding to make sure it doesn't unwind, and I'm letting loose that little piece 90 over the teeth. Now let's do it again. Put it in stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that unwinds. Let's run a few times. 6, 7. All right, and one more. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So everything spins, and that's what we need. All right, moving on to step number 1 on page number 27. On the right hand side at the top there. We need part number 95. It's top left of board number 3. Part number 71, that was inside the 80. Right here in the center, a little bit below the middle. 69, 67, 69 and 70, that's going to be on the left hand side of the center line, a little bit above the middle there. And let's see, 70, 71, okay. And we need to take that part number 97 out. We're going to put it on the side because we're going to come back to it. Similar, so L1, that's what we're looking at. And let's see, part number 71. We're going to go over 69 and 70, clean it up. Send it. Wax it. Push it. Squeeze it. All right. 69, 70. Put it one into another, and I would wax a little bit more this time. Wax the tabs. Once again, you don't need to wax a lot. Just need to run a little bit of wax over it. All right, so put 70 in there, push it all the way to this step, and then this is gonna go from the side where it's with the decoration inside the part number 95, and then we do 73, 70, and 2 74s and 75s from the front. All right, 75 is on the, did we forget the 75? No, that one was a little bit different. We put it on a little bit later. Yeah, I had it. 75 to the right, a little bit above the middle, 2 74s. Let's see, 74 to the bottom to the right a little bit here. I was still on board number 3, so we need 2 of those. 73 is top right corner. All right, let's see, so 75. Wax it on the outside. That's gonna go over 70 and 69 from the front here. Yeah, I put it, I remember now. So these little dots, they need to go over part number 69. So these 2 little tabs, I think, let me double check. No, there actually not gonna go, they're gonna go on, no. Yeah, so 2 dots, they're gonna go over 70. So the 70 has to be in the vertical position, and that's in the vertical position. So that's the way they go on, because otherwise the other way that's not gonna go. So it's only one way they can go on there. Wax this guy, wax 74, 73, all the teeth. All right, and then 74, 3 from the back, all the way to the surface. And then lock it up with 2 74s. Make sure it spins nice and easy, and that's our C6. Moving on to page number 28. I'm gonna put it on the side. That's gonna be back wheels on the left. You need part number 96. We're on board number 4, top right. There's a part number 98 within that one. The other one was 97. So 98 is gonna go to the right a little bit so we can have it on the side. Once again, we're on page 28. We need back on board number 3. Need part number 71. Inside the 80 on the bottom here. Need part number 69 and 70 at the bottom left. A little bit below the middle. And similar, 69 into 70. Push it in with the longer tab's gonna go through. Need to put a little bit of a wax on the 69 and 70, wax on 71, and push it all the way in through the step. Then it's going to go through part number 96 on the bottom there, and then from the other side 73, that's the top left here. 2 74s, there's one top left I got left, and then there's a bunch of them on the bottom here on the left hand side. I'm going to use one from the right, so just to keep these 3 together. Then 75, there's 75 at the top left, so I removed everything from the top portion of the board. All right, I'm going to wax this guy, and then same thing. 75 is going to go over it, and I did not forget to wax it. I'm just going to wax it right now while it's on here. Nah, it was easier just to wax it when it's in your hand on the smaller side. All right, so wax 73. And 74s. Alrighty, so 73 is going to go from the back all the way to the surface, and then 74 all the way in, and Mount Ore, that's a C7. All right, step number 1 on the right hand side on page number 28. I'm going to take our sub-assembly, and it's going to be on the left hand side. All right, so now it's the opposite. We need part number, let's see, 277s. 77s, let's see where they at. On the left hand side, on the bottom left here, 277s. We need part number 78. Bottom left and bottom right. And then part number 79. And 280s, 279s and 280s. 79 is going to be bottom left here. And 280s are one of the little bit above the center here, one on the bottom that I already removed the 71 from. Just need to remove these rings from inside. All right, and now we need to wax every single little piece. So I would part number 77 because it doesn't have little dips. And it does the little ones, but send it anyway. So 77's first. And these gonna go on these little flat pieces all the way in. And then part number 78, wax all the gear teeth. And that one's gonna go over these little 77s and interlocking with the gear at the top. Next one, it's gonna stay like that, and then 79s, they're gonna go over these little larger axes. So just need to wax on the outside, and then we need to wax 80s because that's gonna go over these. All right, my wax is a little sticky, so there's gonna be a little bit more effort to get these running. Alrighty, let's collect all that wax. It's getting warm in here. Alright, so these are over the larger axles on the actual legs here. So 79 is going to go over these. And then the 80s, they're going to interlock with the gears number 78. Just like this. Locking it up. Not locking, but yet. And then the next is C6 and C7. So C6 is going to go towards the side, towards the inside. Make sure all the gears are interlocking. And it locks in. And then C7 is going to go on the one on the back, or at the end, I should say, not the back. And then once again, make sure the gears are interlocking. Just need to rotate it a little bit for it to sit in. Into the grooves. Alrighty, and that's gonna lock it in. Then we need, in step number 3, we need part number 97 and 98. That's gonna go right into here. Plugging these guys in. We need to wax on the outside. So one dot's gonna go on the closer to the center. And 2 dots gonna be the one that on the outside. And then part number 74 is gonna go right at the center here, over the gear. That's going to be on the left, bottom left here. Don't forget to wax on the outside of it. It's going to go right at the center gear. As far as it can go, which is not far, so it's just going to be at the edge. And then part number 83 is going to go over it, and it's bottom left here. So. And that's going to go over that 74, and then we're going to lock onto these little flat pieces that are sticking out, just like this. And then make sure there's a little bit of movement here and here. these are gonna be rotating. And the second, once we install everything, moving on to page number 30. Very similar procedure to the previous on the other side. So we need a bunch of 85s, 4 of them, and 4 84s. All right, so they're all on board number 4, 4 85s on the bottom, around the center line, some 84s at the middle on the right and on the left side. And then don't forget to wax these little openings here, so it's going to be easier to insert. And the one on the edge and the one on the inside. And then same thing, 85 is going to go into this opening sticking out towards the outside of the vehicle. On both. And then these guys, the thicker tabs, gonna go inside the openings. Once again, I'm just gonna wax it a little bit, and I'm gonna wax all the tabs actually just to make it easier. Once I install these, so these are going into the openings here. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we're gonna wax every single tab for the next step. And then we're going to install 86 and 87. So they're also on board number 4, a little bit below the middle on the right hand side here, and then bottom right. And then 87 is going to be top right at the top. Alrighty, same as before. Line it up, make sure the holes match, and then squeeze it in. Make sure it sits nice and flat and completely on all 4 tabs before inserting the port number 87. And then these 2 dots going to be on the longer side. You won't be able to put it any other way. All right, that's our step 5 completed. And now we need to set our gears locks in. They're going to be the opposite of the previous one, so we need parts number 88. One is in a little bit above the middle on the left hand side, and then there's another one on the top right. Guess there's one spare. I just pulled the spare in. Whichever, doesn't matter. 82 90s, and then 89s are within them, so pull 2 90s on the bottom left, and then part number 99, they're going to be on the left hand side, a little bit above the middle. All right, let's get the teeth out. There's extra piece in here, didn't fall out. Ready to, so we're gonna sand on the outside of part number 88, and we're gonna wax them. I'm not gonna wax the teeth, just because they're gonna get very sticky with the wax. but I'm still gonna wax the teeth on the inside of part number 90. Both of them. And that's it. Alright, so the way we put these in now, they're facing these little sharp points facing counterclockwise direction. And we insert it all the way in. The teeth are facing clockwise direction on part number 90. And then obviously after that you insert the little teeth inside the 88. And I'm gonna lock it with part number 99. And the other one outside. Alright, and now we're testing this, so this should rotate forward pretty easy. You'll feel a little resistance when you start it, and then now we're gonna lock it, wind it up, similar to before, and see if it's gonna unwind. Once you release it, you will need a little bit of a help. So you need to work these in just because of the wax. It creates a little bit more friction for us, so we need to play with these gears to make sure it gets unwound. And then it's going to be a little bit rusty in the beginning, and then the more you move it back and forth, it starts going to get unwound a little bit faster, and then we need to make sure that it unwinds on its own completely all the way. So as you can see, it's already some movement here. Make sure that we're still on record. We're good. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. There we go. Lock it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A little more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You need to make sure that it's nice and smooth all the way without hesitation. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, full unwind. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All the way without hesitation, so we're good. Done with page number 31. Moving on to the page number 32. All right, all these rings we can throw out. Part number 100, it's on board number 4, top left corner. Part number 73 is within it, so we need to pull it for further down in the assembly. Then we need 69 and 70 back on board number 3. They're bottom right in my case. And part number 71 is within the 80 at the bottom center. 80 I'm going to pull out too because we're going to use it in a bit. All right, let's send inside this circular portion and wax it. 69 gonna go into the 70. All the way in, and now we're gonna wax on the outside of the tabs just to easier assembly. 71 is gonna go on the longer side. I need to wax it too. On the part it wasn't too comfortable last time I tried. All the way to the step. And that's gonna go from the front into the part number 100, and then 73, the one that we just pulled, which needs to be waxed. All the teeth, that's gonna go from the back onto 6970, all the way to the surface here. And then part number 74, bottom left of port number 3. And then 75 is going to be, there's one at the center, a little bit to the left of the center on the bottom here. So 75 is going to go from the front. And 74 going to be on the back, 2 of them. All right, let's do 74 first. And then 75 from the front. All the way in, and that's our C9. All right, then C9, step number 1 on the right hand side of page 32. It's gonna go 70, we need 79 and 80. 80 we have right here, 79 is gonna be right at the center middle. Wax 79. That's gonna go over this larger X on the front axle, all the way in. Then we need part number 80. Take out this little ring from inside. And then we need to wax the gear teeth. And that's gonna go over the part number 79. Interlocking with the gear that is on here, and then we're going to insert our part number or sub-assembly C9 over it, and make sure, once again, make sure the gear locks in, interlocks with number, so 73 needs to interlock with gear number 80. Wax the little openings, and we need parts number 85 on board number 4, 85 bottom right, and 284 is right above it. And he's gonna go facing towards the outside, and those little cutouts, the 85s sticking out towards the outside of the vehicle. All right, and then 84s. Gonna go on the rectangular openings that are there on the side. Moving on to page number 33, part number 86. I'm gonna wax the tabs again. We need part number 86, that's board number 4, bottom right, and then 87, top right. And similar as before, line up the tabs. All around. And squeeze it in. And then 87 goes over it with the 2 dots on the longer side, not where the X is at. All right. Step number 4, part number 88, 89, 90, 99. Same as before. 88 is the top right. 90 is the bottom right. There's spares. Let's see, I think I'm done with board number 3, but just gonna hold on a second. I'm gonna remove it not to be on the way. And then part number 88, 89, 90, and 99, top right, top left. All right, send 88. Get the teeth out. And then we're gonna wax 88 on the outside a little bit. We're gonna wax the teeth of part number 90 all around on the inside. And let's see, now we're looking from the bottom, from the top. Our little 88 is gonna go with the teeth facing, the sharp points facing counterclockwise direction. Then we're gonna put our part number 90 with the teeth facing counterclockwise direction. And then insert our parts number 89 into the openings here. And lock everything with part number 99. Step number 5, we need part number 93. That's in the center of board number 4. At the top, a little bit above the middle, and then parts number 94 that are all around it. As we know how it assembles now, we just wax the tabs on here. And we're gonna go insert it into part number 93 with the rectangle facing you into 3 rectangular holes. Work it in. Just like this. This is gonna go over the top here, 3 holes to lock or close up the gear. The opening. Make sure they all line up with the holes, and then push them in. All the way, and we're done with page number 33. Moving on to the page number 34. And we're gonna test it out. So put it in stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Run, and then we just need to make sure that it rotates. And then once again, make sure that this spins fairly free on the EXO going forward. And then we need to make sure that it unwinds nice and easy. Lock 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have nice and free movement for the whole mechanism. So this is the whole idea and goal. Moving on to the page number 35, making sure that we're still recording, we're good. And now we need to start assembling the outside of the Mars Rover. All right, step number 1 on the left hand side of page number 35. We need part number 101, 102, and 103, and we're gonna need to make 2 of them. They're all on board number 5, and it's top left and top right. 101 and 103 is right at the center here, and 102 to the left and right of the center line at the top. So 102 is going to need to go, let's see, there's 2 tabs that are facing each other, so 102 is going to go in first onto the tab, and I'm going to wax these guys. I'm going to wax actually all the tabs on part number 101. So 102 is going to go in, and then 103 is going to go second. And the way it needs to go, so this little tab facing down, this short one or small one facing towards you, towards the bottom. And that's how these guys, the 2 guys are built. And then these gonna go in the front. There's 2 openings here, left and right. So the top tab's gonna go into the top portion, bottom is in the bottom here. Kind of locking it in 2 locations. All right, step number 3, you need part number 105, 104, 105, 106, and 107. I see 2 106s. Let's see, 105 is on the right hand side. We're gonna move it to the left. 107 is at the center, and then 106 is on the left. We'll move it to the right. And then part number 104 is gonna be on the left hand side. That's this thin one here. And then doesn't matter, the 2 center tabs gonna go from the front, and make sure the larger cutouts or U-shape is towards the top. U-shape design. Alrighty, and then 106 on the right hand side with the sharp piece facing down. Let me put a little bit of wax on these tabs. Moving on to page number 36, and this is gonna go in the front, and these 2 little tabs that are sticking out, let's get them waxed. This is gonna go in the front. This is looks like a bumper. And that's our D1. That goes right up front here. Step number 1 on the top right side of the page number 36, we need parts number 1 108, 109, two of them, and 110. All right, so they're gonna be on board number 5 on the left and right hand side, I guess. So 110 on the left, little above the middle. 109 is right above it, two of them. And 108 is going to be right below the middle on the left hand side. All right, so unit 101 facing away from you and this little dimple on the right hand side. 110 is going to be triangle with this sharp point towards bottom left. We're going to insert 109 to lock these two together. Something's falling down upstairs, but it didn't sound like a human, so I guess everything's okay. Maybe dog. No, but she's not squealing, so it's also okay. All right, step number 2, we need part number 113. That's going to be a little to the left of the center line, above the middle. And then 112 is going to be right in the middle on the left-hand side. So with the dot towards the top, it's going to go into part number 110. I need 111 too. It's at the top left corner with the design facing outward. Sharp point over the left. Gonna join it like this, and then 113 is gonna go into this little opening. Let's see, with the longer tab that is like a flat rectangle here, going towards the part number 108 and towards the top. And then I'm gonna wax this little tab here. That's our D2. All right, I'm gonna move it on the side right now. Step number 1 in the center of page number 36. We need parts number 114, 115. These are on the right hand side. So 115 is a triangle, 114 is a little bit below the middle. Same thing now with the dimple towards the left hand side. 109 is right above it, so we join it together. And then step number 2, we need parts number 113. That's a little bit to the right of the center line. 116, also above the middle on the right hand side. 112 is going to be a little below the middle, or middle, I guess, on the right hand side. And we join these together. So we're going to do number 112 with the dot towards the top into part number 115. And then the bottom piece, it's going to go into 116, just like this. And then 113, it's the same thing with the tab towards the top there, the flat piece. And then I'm going to wax the bottom cutout tab. That's D3. Moving on to the page number 37, so D3, let's see which side it's going to go on. This is our D1. That's going to go into here towards the front. D3 is going to go on the left-hand side, right? Now, I'm going to rotate it other way. Let's see. D3 is going to go on the left. That's going to go, this 113 is going to go into this hole right here at the top. And then this little hole of whatever the part number is, it's going to wind up on this tab right here. So, and now we need to get both of these locked in. So first this front and then this tab. Make sure you put it on. locks the part in place. And the same thing we're going to do for the step number 2, we're going to do on the other side. I'm going to put a little bit of wax on this little tab that is sticking out. This is going to go into here, slightly push it outwards and lock it in onto this little tab that is sticking out. And that's our page number 37 is complete. Moving on to the page number 38. Step number 3, at the top left corner, we need part number 117, which is right above the middle at the center here. 2 parts number 118, one is on the left and the other one's on the right hand side of board number 3. And he's gonna go with the short small tab tool into the back of this 117 on the left and right hand side. Just like this. Nope, the other way around. This is going to face down, this is towards the top. And it looks like I'm going to need the replacement for part number 118. And this is towards the front, towards the bottom. No, maybe not. It fits in right. Let me just double check if we have the replacement for it. And going back to the page number 2, 118. Do we have a replacement for 118? No, we don't have the replacement, but it sits in there. May need to apply a little bit of glue, but it sits fine, so we're good. Step number 4, once again, you can get the replacement either from the manufacturer or from us. You will have to wait a little bit, but there's plenty to assemble before we can go. So I broke off a little bit piece here, but it still fits in fairly good. So this is on the side. Step number 4, we need part number 121, which is at the top. They're right at the center. 120s are a little bit below this, a little bit above the middle on the left and right hand side. And then 119 is going to be right at the center here with a bunch of parts on the inside of it. So we're going to need to take these extra pieces out. And then the dot's going to go towards the part number 119. So without the dot, it's going into the 121, and they're going to go on the outside holes. So one side and then the other. And then 119 with the cutouts facing down. I mean towards the same side as the one on 121. Get these into the holes. All the way in. And then this little part's gonna go on the bottom here towards the inside. Let me put a little bit of wax. All right, and then parts number 122 and 123, they're gonna go on the outside of part number 121 right here into the openings. So 122, they're right to the right and to the left of the center line. 122 is to the right, and then 123 is to the left. And with these longer tabs, 123 is gonna go on the right hand side, and 122 on the left. A little bit of a wax. And we're good. Moving on to the page number 39. We need part number 126 on board number 5 at the center on the bottom here. And then 124s. 124s on the left, bottom left. We need 3 of them. 124 is going to be at the top left and top right. And then we need 3 125s. They're all above the middle here on the left, center, and right. Left, center, and right. All right, so first we're gonna put 125 onto 124 on these little tabs that are sticking out towards the front. That's step 1 of step number 7. And then these gonna go into 126 into the openings. The other way. The light towards the top. Should slow down a little bit. And this is all going to go towards the window into the 3 holes at the top here in part number 121. So I'm going to wax these guys, little tabs, and this is going to go face towards the light's going to face towards the window. I need to wax these tabs, and the whole sub-assembly is going to go up front, these 2 tabs into these holes. Bottom. Moving on to the page number 40. Need part number 127. This is in the little below the middle at the center here. Take out the spare 112. And 2 parts number 128. And the 128 is the top right and top left. So 128 is going to go with the longer piece into these holes right here, bottom holes right here, right? Yep. That's going to go with this tab into the bottom hole. Sorry, bottom right. So this longer piece sticks out all the way towards the back. And then same thing, we're going to wax these little tabs. And that's going to go over the tabs up front here. These are already waxed. Kind of locking everything in. Probably need to do the front first. To squeeze, so this fits in. There's a need to lift it up a little bit. So this one's a little complicated, I guess, slightly. Need to make sure that few little things fit into its places. There we go. And then squeeze that into here. With my finger so we don't break a piece. All right, so it needs to stick in here, so this is still sticks out. There's a little tab that needs to go into the opening, and then it needs to lock at the top here with the tab. So 3 things that are going on there. Front, this one fits in fine, and now we lock it into the top here. All right. That's why you need to wax it, to make sure it locks nice and easy. I'm gonna wax these tabs at the front. Whoa. Alrighty. That's where we needed to snap them in. And then the front, we need to port number 129 and in 3 places. These tabs that we have on backs, then 129s we already took out. They will be on sitting as a spare pieces on the side. Let me make sure that we're still recording and we're good. And these gonna go up front. Four tabs. 6, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and that kind of prevents from this piece coming off. Locking it in. All right, moving on to the page number 42. Put that aside for now. All right, step number 1. At the top there, we need port number 131, bottom left. A little bit to the left of the center line. And port number 130 is to the right of the center line. So with the tabs opening going towards the back, towards the flat portion, and then the little cutouts towards the back also. All the way in. Step number 2, port number 132 on the right hand side, below the middle, 133 on the left hand side. 2 of them. These guys gonna go, let's see, with the little hooks towards the top. They're gonna go into port number 132 with the cutout towards the bottom, and they're gonna go on 2 outside holes here, left and right. And then the little piece that we just assembled, these 2 tabs gonna go at the center into these 2 center cutouts. Just like this. Now we need a rubber band, that is the 10 millimeter. And this is gonna go over these little hooks and 2 hooks on the bottom there. Over, under, over. All right, that's E1. Step number 1 on the bottom, we need part number 134. That's on the bottom left. And then we need to wax on the inside of these little holes somehow. And that's going to go on the left and right hand side. And to front, back. What are we looking at? Back. Looking at the back and these little tabs. And then the way they're going to go with the tab towards the bottom. So they're going to go on the left and they're going to go on the right. So this little tab towards the bottom. And I'm going to wax these tabs. Because we're going to put part number, in step number 2, we're going to put part number 135 over them. 135 is going to be on the bottom left. It says unit 1 on it. Unit 1 facing towards the top. And that's, I'm going to insert 1 first. Put it on here. and the second one. And sorry if I'm moving this out of the way. There you go, for you guys to see. This is gonna go up and down. Moving on to page number 43. Step number 3, need parts number 136 on the top left and right. Once again, need to wax the holes. And this is also going to go towards the bottom here. That's going to go on the outside of part number 135 on these little tabs. One on the left, one on the right, and we're gonna wax the tab. And just like this. And that's part number 137, bottom left of board number 5. And with the 2 tabs to lock it in here, it's going to go over parts number 136. Locking it in. Now we need 2, rubber bands. That's gonna go over these little hooks. All right, so we need the 10 millimeter. It's gonna go on from the top. Yeah, so we need to push it through the bottom into this little T right here. Left it for a sec. So push it through here, grab it on the other side, and wrap it around that little T. So it's nice and tight, and then we're gonna go over this hook on part 136, locking it in. Just like this. And moving on to the page number 44, step number 6. We're gonna wax these little tabs here up front. And this is gonna go into here, right? Dun, 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 dun. Into these 2 holes. While fitting these 2 openings too. Sits nice and flat. Step number 8. Part number 138, 139. 138 is on the bottom left. 139 is right next to it, bottom left. 140 is on the right hand side to the right of the center line. 141 is a little bit above that to the right. 142 is a little below the 141, and then 143 to lock it all in is going to be on the left hand side. And let's see, we need to wax on inside of this little hole of part number 141, and we need to wax 139. All right, so 140 is going to go into part number 138. 139 is going to go over it. all that's gonna go through 141. Go into 142, locking it in, and then 143 is gonna go across 142, just like this. And then when you rotate it, you hear a little clicking sound, and all that's gonna go inside of here. This is towards the back, the round off piece, and then it's gonna go over these two little tabs. Alrighty, that's our E2. Moving on to the page number 45. We need to do something with E2. On the bottom here, so we unlock it, rotate it to one side, I guess, to the left as I go to the right in the direction of movement, so it opens up these holes. More room for you to push the part number 144 in, and part number 144 is going to be on board number 6, bottom right. So it's going to go through here. We need to sand the outside, and we need to exit. And that's going to go through here, through 3 holes on the side here, and we're going to put part number 145 on the left and right. 145 is going to be right at the center here. Board number 6, and it's going to go through the small hole while the hole on the left, while the hook is towards the bottom and the tab towards the right hand side. I'm going to wax the tab because I know something's going to go on it. And that's the way we push it onto here on part number 144. From both sides, it's going to have this movement here. And then the next part is 147. It's on bottom, little below the middle on the left hand side, and then 146. Where's 146? Bottom right. So let's see, 146, there's 2 tabs on here, and we have to do the one that has a little sharp point to it. That's going to go towards the bottom. Wax both tabs. And this is going to go into part number 145, the one that's closer to the front, and it has to face towards the top, just like this. And then the part number 147 with the tab that is in the larger triangle, that's going to go on the other side into part number 145 from the back. Into here. That one's a little bit tougher because you got parts on the way. When it's facing up. All right, then number 49, 149, that's the top right here. And part number 148 at the center, a little below the middle. All right, so first one is part number 149. I'm gonna wax the tabs. That's gonna go over onto 146 first. And then part number 148 is gonna go onto this tab of 147. And then 150 in step number 6. 150 is going to be to the left of the center line on the top here, with this triangular piece facing towards the left hand side. This tab towards the right side. It's going to go into 2 outside holes, these tabs of part number 145. And then part number 151 in the same location to the right of the center line. That's going to go same thing with the cutout towards the top. This tab to the right hand side. These 2 tabs are going to go onto which I put part number 149 wrong. Should be facing towards the other end. And that's going to go onto 149. Moving on to page number 46, step number 152. Step number 7. We need parts number 152 and 153. Let me check on the recording. All good. So 152. They're on board number 6, the center here, a little bit above the middle. And then 153 is going to be top left. All right, so we need to wax these tabs here, front and back. They're going to go towards the inside into this opening right here. And then 153 is going to over it. Kind of joining them together, just like this. And that's gonna go up and down just like this. And then we need to put the rubber band, another 10mm one, through the holes right here, the hooks hole, and then on the bottom 3 cutouts. So let's do the top first. And we can use the helping tool just to make sure the rubber band gets onto the little hooks. And then we pull it down, oops, and left side, right side first, I guess, in my case. Then we're gonna have to pull it out over the hook here, kind of pull it down for it to lock onto the, there you go, jump in there and lock it in. And then rotate it down and grab it onto here. So it opens up like this. And then you can lock it with this little piece on here. Let's see. and then we unlock it. So it goes into hook here, kind of into the slides of these two pieces, 152, and then you push it down a little bit or pull the rubber band, and it goes into these three openings on the bottom. Now we need to unlock this again, rotate it to the other side. And I'm assuming we're gonna do the same thing on the opposite end. So we need part number 144 on step number 11. And this is still, well, this is on board number 7. Bottom right. Same thing. Ascend it, waxed, insert it into the 3 holes, and move on to the page number 47. Part number 145. We're on board number 7 now. 145 is a little above the middle at the center. Tabs are waxed, and then this is going to get inserted with the tabs towards the outside into the bottom holes with the hooks facing down. Now part number 146 and 147. There's similar locations as before. 147 is below the middle on the on the left hand side, and then 146 bottom right. Wax all the tabs. And let's see the sharp point towards the bottom. That's going to go at the front, towards the front in the second hole. And then 147 with the thicker portion towards the back. Now 148, a little below the middle at the center, and then 149, top left, to the left of the center line. So this one first, the tabs towards the outside. Don't repeat the mistake that I had the first time. And this is gonna go all these 3 tabs towards the outside. It came out a little bit, so we're gonna need to put it back in, lock it back in place. And make sure it can rotate. Next, part number 154 and 155 at the center here at the top. So 154 first, with the sharp point towards the top and front. This one's a little bit more wobbly on my side. But once you put all the parts in, it should hold it together. 152, 156, 152 at the center, a little bit above the middle, 156 top right. This would a little larger tolerances, looks like it. And a little bit more wobbly. And same thing as before, same assembly, just the mirror image, and then we're gonna do the rubber band same as before. So hook it onto the inside and outside of these parts. Which will create this All right, now we can open it up, and then we move the, I'm just checking to mechanism, and then we'll move it to the center. And so now we can lock this up. All right, put it on the side. Let's see, that's our E3. And I'm gonna take a short pause. All right. Continuing, page number 48, step number 1, top right or center. Need part number 158. We're back on board number 5. Part number 158, bottom right. Part number 157 and 159, also bottom right here. And then 157 is going to go through the center here. And then 158 with the little teeth towards the bottom. It's going to go on the right and left hand side. I'm going to put a little bit of a wax on these little teeth. Now part number 160, it's in the bottom center. It's our satellite. And then part number 161, it's a little bit below the middle on the right hand side. We need to wax these little sharp points here. And on port number 158, 160 is going to go perpendicular to 158 into the opening on the bottom here, and then we're going to insert 161 over the top, locking it in. Now, part number 162, bottom right of board number 5, and this is the last one. So we're gonna put it on this side now. Wax the inside of the little holes, and I would wax the tabs also. And that's gonna go on the right and left hand side. To make sure that this moves nice and easy. Moving on to the page number 49, and that's gonna go in the back here into these 4 little openings, and that's why we wax this, just to make sure that it goes in nice and easy. Here. All the way in. This is our satellite, and that's our subassembly E, page 49. All right, now the wheels, we need 6 of them. All right, so we're gonna do one side first, 3. All right, board number 6. Board number 4, we have all the spares, so I'm gonna put that one aside too. So we're almost done. Board number 6, part number 163. That's gonna be on the right hand side, this guy. Take everything from inside. That's 165 on the inside, so 164 we need 5 pieces. 164s are on the bottom here, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clean these up a little bit, all these extra parts or extra material that got stuck in here, we need to take it out. Wax the tabs. Just for the easy sub-assembly. And that's gonna go from the back. They're gonna go into, let's see, with this little half arc into the inside. And you're gonna do it one every other one. 2, I think so, right? 3, 4, and 5, yep. And then 165, we had to, was within that circle, also 5 of them. 2 in the center here, and 1 spare I took, which is fine. Same thing, I'm gonna wax all the tabs, and those gonna go into the other holes with the arch towards the inside. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now part number 166 gonna go on the outside, locking it in. That's top left. And make sure the drawing is on the outside. And then we just need to match all the little tiny holes. And squeeze all around to make sure it fits nice and tight. And now part number 167, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces to go all around it. So let's see, 167 is going to be top right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now these gonna go over with there's like a little hook on here, so this is going to be towards the counterclockwise direction, and then we insert it over these little openings, every other one. I'm not sure if it has to go over a specific part. Okay, it's going to go from the hook, the one with the little tab on the inside, I think. Maybe it doesn't matter, but so I'm gonna insert them in. Every other one, yeah, so we skip one and then the next one and so on. And just continue going around. Until you get all of them. And once you do that, we move on to step number 5, part number 168. That's the top left. Also 5 pieces. And then this one's also, let's see, there's little markings, and these markings going to be towards you, and then they're going to go shorter one side in between these part number 167. So once again, as long as the markings are towards you, should be able to insert it. So they're more, they look, diagonals is towards the clockwise direction. And then we're gonna take the thick rubber band that is 60 millimeter. We're gonna put it right over that center. And then we're gonna have to repeat this 3 more times. Just like this. This is our wheel number 1, F1. And let's repeat it 2 more times. Just to get that assembly finished up. So 163, and then 164's bottom, wax the tabs. That's going to help you to a little bit smooth out the assembly. And then these curve with the curve and a tab towards the top. It's going to go every other one around 163. Now 165. We have a couple of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Same thing, tabs. And this doesn't matter which side these go on. They're just going to go into the other holes. Then 166, take the center out, and that one's going to go over these guys. Line up the holes and click them in. All around just to make sure all the holes are fitting. That's the same way all these tabs are pointing clockwise direction. Kind of, yeah, into clockwise. Make sure you go all around and lock these in. And then parts number 167, 5 pieces. 1, skipping one, so it's space in between one, and then part number 168. All right, and then finishing it up with the rubber band. And then one more. just trying to figure out which one's 163. I don't know why I pulled out both of these. Shouldn't be doing that mistake again. But there's a picture on here, so it helps you to determine which one is which if you accidentally pull those out. At the same time, like I did. Make the same mistake. All right, waxed, and same thing. Wax, pause, repeat. Send, wax, repeat. In that order. All right, 165. All right, so we went through assembly of 3 different wheels. We put them on, and then I realized that my memory ran out on the phone. So, but the good thing is that we have to redo those wheels, but for the other side, I mean, I was on page number 50. We finished that. So you saw the first wheel assembly. We do it 2 more times, and then we put it on here. So the whole idea of waxing the little tabs is that it goes nice and easy into these little openings, and then they snap pretty easy, and they should be rotating fairly nice and easy too on the axles. So that's the idea. And then next page, so this one you're going to see the full assembly, and if you want to see how to assemble them, the only difference is that's going to be different directions. So they're going to be facing other way for the internal parts, or the part number like 164, 165, they're going to be facing the opposite direction. So just for the movement and the way they're supposed to be. So let's do the assembly. That's our last board, 169. And then one thing, just I take one part at a time, so that way you don't mix them up, and try to figure out later on how it goes on there. Let's see, we need 5 parts of 164. 4 or 5. And that's what I was talking about. As I said, I had no issues of putting those wheels on. Once again, I apologize, I ran out of memory. So I wax every single little tab on here. Once again, you don't need to put a lot of wax on there, just a little swish, touch. And that will help to put those onto the axles after you're done. All right, and then same as before, we insert with the one tab, and the other one that is in between 2 cutouts, that's going to go on inside, and the arch is towards the inside. And we just do every other one. Nice and clean. 05. Then we do 165. We took one out, 2 more, 3. So total 5. And the same thing, I recommend just to wax just a slight bit. and go all around, attach this. And then the next step is attaching the part number 170. I don't think I need to specify where all those parts are at, because it's just one sheet that's going to go for the wheels. And then we just need to line up the holes. And squeeze it in. All around. It's all good. And now part number 171 is just going to go the opposite direction. It's same part as on the previous one, just facing the other way. 2, 3, 5. Every other one. So what I was looking, there is like a little lines on here, so those lines are facing you, as long as this 170 is looks like I took out 172. 171 is on the other side. But we will use the 172s too. The 171's got little hooks on them. That fit right into these little openings, holding the parts together and give it a little bit more stability. And now 170, same thing, the line should be towards you, so that's an easy way to determine if you're inserting it the correct way. I have 3, and I need to take out 2 more. And now we take the rubber band, that's the large one, thick one, and just wrap it around the middle, and that's our one wheel. And then we repeat this process 2 more times. So 169, 164, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wax the tabs. And then insert it with it thicker one towards you, every other one. Now 165s. And I had one from the, I think one spare one from last assembly for the wheels. But you should have enough. There's a couple spares on there, so right? And now with 170. Just need to line these up. All around. And then same as before, parts number 171. Excuse me. 1, 2, 4, 5. And I don't think it matters whether it's 171 goes on a large and a 172 on a small, whichever way, as long as we're every other one. So we should be good. Doesn't go through, you can use the helping tool to help you out. There we go. And then 172. Now, as long, once again, the little marks that are facing you, you just go around and put them every other one, every other opening. Once that is done, rubber band over it. Our second wheel is done, and one more. Same procedure. Just wax all the tabs for the ease of pushing it in. Now 165. And we're gonna have two spares, one from the previous board and one from this one. just going around and matching all the holes, carefully snapping it in. And 171s, spares. Four, five. And we're almost done. And the last one is 172. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Use the spares ones, but it doesn't matter. And the rubber band, and I will have all 3 wheels completed. And now we're gonna put it on the truck. All right, so just insert it, match the holes, and then because we waxed them a little bit, it should be much easier to fit them in. One. Two. And 3. Now we make sure that they spin, that everything spins nice and easy. And we need one more piece. This is NASA logo. That's gonna go over on this side. And this is a sticker. Looks like a sticker. There you go. And that's gonna go right here. That's on the right hand side, technically on the passenger side. All right, all good. That completes the assembly. And now all the movement, we need just to verify that everything is operational the way it is designed. All right, these are all spare components. Don't need them. Clean up a little bit. The desk. All right, so put it in stop. Open this guy up. Wind it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Lock this up. Release. All right, that needs a little bit more working in. Oh yeah, that's right. We put the wheels on, so there's going to be a little bit hesitation because I'm like, why is it not moving? Because we added the weight, so we need to work it in. Just to make sure that it unwinds nice and easy. Once it does that, should have no problem with movement. Let's play with it a little bit. 3, 4, 5 times, let it work it in a little bit, and then once we do that, it should go across the table. In theory, here we go. Slowly but surely. I want to say a few more times, so definitely gonna go. Not gonna close it for now. All right, as you can see, it goes faster and faster. Sometimes with a little push. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go. Then it will be easier and easier every single time. All right, so we got these. Let's see, now we got a little bit of movement. So this opens up and closes. We can do the turns. So if you do unlock, you can turn it and you can have it crawl in circles or left or right. This is our function, and then another function that we can open this little back compartment for loading, and then you get your satellite is rotational. And so these are the functions of the Manned Mars Rover. We completed the assembly fully. Let's see, just wind it up, put it in stop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Close the compartment, put it in start, and off it goes. So we're done with the assembly of Manned Mars Rover. It is, in my opinion, one of the cooler models. Looks pretty awesome. Off-road vehicle. Once it gets going, it's nice and fast. If you guys have any questions, do not hesitate to ask below in the comments. Please do not forget to like and follow our page for more videos, assembly videos, and other stuff. Or you can send us email if you don't want to leave the comment. It's info@ugears.us. Once again, this was Dimitri with Ukidz Toys LLC, ugears.us, and I'll see you guys soon with the next model.